magic and you drop it into your character sheet,
Mm-hmm.
it suddenly creates multiple versions of sorcery points, going from 2 all the way up to like whatever 20 or whatever. It's like, stop that!
That sounds terrifying.
I know, because now I have all these things I have to delete. It's like, I'm quite capable of taking care of my own sorcery point tracking. Thank you.
Yeah.
No, it's D&D. Well, it's not even D&D Beyond. It's Roll20. It wants to do it all for you.
Exactly.
D&D Beyond wants to do it for you too. Hey, welcome everybody to the pre-show for Walker of Waterdeep. The music you are hearing in the background is the music of Pipe Dream Hits. We are here for session 114. We'll get started in a few minutes. The PCs, the players are still trickling into the Roll20 and into the Discord. We may have one player that we know of who might be joining us a little bit late because of a scheduling conflict we were alerted to last week. And we will be getting started soon. Also, this is going to be our final Walker of Waterdeep for the month of October. We will not be resuming our Sunday sessions in this game until the Sunday streams will not be resuming until the 14th of November at the earliest. And I say at the earliest because that depends on MLS playoff scheduling. Right now, they haven't even released the playoff dates, and nobody knows who's going to be seated where, so I have no idea what day we will be playing our playoff matches, and how those will progress, probably until the end of the season. So that is that. And as the countdown clock is counting down, I am going to go ahead and lower the volume on the music the rest of the way and say to the players, welcome to the Walker of Waterdeep session 114 for Sunday, the 17th of October, 2021. Hope you guys and gals are doing okay. She has a conflict this morning that she knew about, and she may or may not be back in time to join us for all or part of the session. So we knew that she might not be here at the beginning. Getting into our recap from last time, the party is in the title city of Waterdeep, and they are making their final preparations for a planar shift. They are being sent on a mission by their allies from Blackstaff Tower and the plane of Ravnica to a desert world known as Ruhk, where they are in search of some interesting metal called organic iron that has some properties that are required for a project that the allies are building. They are also in search of some crystals that contain memories from Tassinda Verlassen, the exiled planeswalker that hired the PCs all the way back at level 1, and who has been held captive for these last several levels by the Gith on the other side of Toril. And it's not until they collect enough memory crystals and get this project built that they will be able to go and mount a rescue attempt to get her out of the clutches of the evil Githyanki. So, players, when last we left the group was the group had met and had determined that they had a shopping list. I think Galibar had bought some mundane items that were on his shopping list. There were a few other items the group was talking about buying. I think I heard that perhaps they wanted to invest in a couple of more bags of holding because of materials they knew they would have to bring back with them. And Oyohusa had gone to see a guy about the influence of House Demir and Rakdos and what, if anything, he needed to do. So, Oyo, I believe where we left it, you were coming out of the yawning portal. The rest of them were off at Lady Silverhand's estate, I believe. We can pick up with either group, or we can just say that you are all now back together and deciding what to do next. So that's sort of up to you. Oyo, anything that you want to do on the way back to Silverhand Estate, or?
Let's just say that he stopped off to that specialty store and that little district where they kind of sell those types of supplies and equipment and clothing that he thinks that would be suitable for Kalimshan, and it should be suitable for where he's going. And I'll just say that he spent whatever gold he needed to do to buy what he needed. Since
okay, yeah, how many? I mean, you had talked last week about wanting to buy enough materials to outfit a small caravan, and we were trying to figure out what in Oyohusa's mind does a small caravan mean? Does it mean 3 animals? Does it mean 5 animals? Does it mean?
I think he got enough for maybe about 7 animals.
Okay. Then I believe that what we can say is that you would have been able to spend. Well, you certainly would have been able to get everything you need for under 100 gold. So
okay.
If you don't want to figure out exactly what it is, then you can just mark off 100 gold and call it good.
I thought it'd be like 500 or something. But
I don't think so, because you're not really buying. I don't think you're really buying saddles. You're buying saddle bags, which aren't all that. Expensive.
Yeah. He was thinking that like
tack and harness and stuff.
Mm-hmm. He was thinking that once they got to the new plane, that he was gonna try to meet up with some traders, and that would be part of their infiltration plan / disguises was to just pretend to be like wealthy merchants or something.
Oh, sure. That makes perfect sense. Perfect sense to do that. And buying some mundane stuff and outfitting yourselves for camels. Like you're going to a desert area, you would expect there to be camels. So getting that, and then if you find that there's different kinds of creatures, well, there probably would be people that would be interested in trading for these exotic things. So basically, you buy these, and then you can trade those when you get there for the exact type of equipment that you need, and everybody's happy. So, I mean, I think that would work out pretty well. Because merchants are always into the novel and new and interesting. So that can be procured. Let us see. So he has gone and done that. What about the rest of you guys? Galibar, Adamant, Enka, any special side trips left on your calendar before?
I will go and purchase clothing suggested by Oyohusa, or should I say suggested if we talk to people from that area, or at least desert area, to find out what would be best, and then go purchase some of what I can. And then make sure that I also, I will actually, even though I've tried not to ask anything of Lady Silverhand, I will have I want to have just a quick meeting with her. Basically just to see if there's some way that she can suggest a company or a group of people that can go out and start work on the property. Clean it up, take care of it for the fall, clean back brush and stuff like that, and tear down old rickety buildings and whatever.
Okay.
Start doing work while we're away.
Okay. Now, I don't know how much thought Oyo had put into this, but Oyo, did you ever think of a name for this shop that might be the what are they, Calamshite? Is that what people from Calamshite are called?
Yes.
Calamshite?
Yeah.
The Calamshite shop. Did you have any thoughts on what they might be called?
Yeah, it's Alabib's Exotic Goods.
Alabib's Exotic Goods. Okay, so asking around, Heather, Oyo would have mentioned Alabib's to everybody, and in your side conversations, you would get confirmed that yes, indeed, Alabib's is the place to find these, clothing and outfitters for that type of location. So, you can head over there, and as you get there, you walk in and you see all of the outfits are these very long, flowing type robe outfits that they have coverings for the head that cover most of the neck and the sides of the face, and they even have coverings that you can put across your face and just leave space for your eyes, because of the kinds of dust storms and everything that blow up out in the Kalamshan desert. You find that most of the clothing here is very light colored. It's either white or maybe cream colored, perhaps an off-white, sort of yellowish or tannish off-white color, for the most part. And then there's a smaller selection of very dark colors, and those dark colors will range from a true black to a very deep earthy brown to more of a midnight blue, very dark dusk navy.
I'll ask them, like, what's good for wearing during the day, what's good for wearing at night.
Okay. And the person that when you walk in, they seem to immediately make an assessment of of you as a customer, and two female staff head towards you. They both appear to be humans. They have kind of dark skin, and they have veils that go across their nose and cover their nose and their mouth, and their heads are fully covered except for just showing their eyes. And one of them will say, welcome to our humble shop. I am Salima, and this is my colleague Amina. How can we help you today?
Yes, we're going to be going to a very hot, sandy desert climate, and I need to, purchase some travel clothes that will do well in a desert during the daytime and in the evening.
Oh, very wonderful, very wonderful. Yes, our homeland of Kalimshan is much desert, very high dunes, very hot during the day, and can get quite frigid at night. Come, we will show you. Now, and so as they walk you over towards the clothing, they begin asking if you are traveling on business or if you're traveling on pleasure. Will you be having animals like camels, and what sorts of provisions do you have for food and water? They ask if you're familiar with desert environments at all.
And I shake my head, no.
And they say, well, you should probably take more water than you think you will need. In desert climates, you may not feel the heat as badly as you do when it becomes very hot in a humid area, like here in Waterdeep in the high summer. But the water from your body is evaporated very quickly, and you will soon find yourself very dry and parched. So you must drink more water than you normally do, and it will just be taken from you by the heat of the sun during the day. And you want to eat your largest meal just before you go to bed, and that is because the nights are cold, and you want to have a large meal in your stomach so that your body will be working to digest that while you sleep. That will keep you warmer. It is a known fact that this is what is very good in the desert. Now, for traveling during the day, you want something that covers you as much as possible to prevent blistering and burning on the skin from the sun. And they look and they say, "Now, I know that you are covered with fur, and likely in a climate like this, that is sufficient to keep your skin from feeling the effects of too much sun. But in the desert, you want a fabric that will allow the air to breathe, but will not trap it to make you too hot, but will block the damaging rays of the sun that will prematurely age your skin and will make your skin blistered and painful." And so they begin showing you some fabrics, and from a distance, these look kind of like heavy sheets, but when you reach out and you touch them, they're extremely lightweight fabrics, and they have a very sheer feel to them. They're not quite silk, but it's some sort of other material that kind of has the light weight that silk does, and it seems like a very breathable fabric.
Okay.
Now, this fabric is going to be good during the day. It will keep the sand from blowing and then irritating at your belt and at the straps of your armor and other places like that. You will be more comfortable with this. And then for the nights, now, do you know much about is this a desert land where there are a lot of red rocks and high stone, or is it more of a sandy desert? Do you know?
I think sandy desert, but I believe that we're going to have at least good places to stay at night. So, like interior.
Ah, very well. Well, should you have to travel at night in a sandy environment, you want clothing that is going to help you blend in more with the sky. And for that, I would recommend some of these. And she points to some that are in the sort of navy to midnight blue range. If you are on in sandy dunes and you have an absolute black, you will stand out like a sore thumb. But if you can manage to be in an area where someone is looking out across the dunes and your clothing more closely matches the color of the sky, you can almost blend in with the sky, and it will be more difficult for people to notice you. Now, the reason I say that, I do not wish to alarm you, my lady, but in Kalamshan, it is not unknown for desert bandits to roam the wastes and to try to attack caravans, especially at night. Some caravans like to travel at night because it is cooler and it is easier on the animals than traveling during the day. But that can invite the bandits, as we say. So, it would be our recommendation to wear something like this. And you can tell that this material is very much the same design and the same kind of weight of material, but it's a darker cast.
Of like a darker blue almost.
Yeah. They range kind of from a navy blue to sort of a midnight blue.
Okay.
Is the range of colors.
Okay. So I'll go ahead and pick out an outfit for the daytime to cover me up, and the one for the evening that will hide me but also give me warmth. So, and go from there.
Okay. Very good. Very good. And so they will help you get this together. And the pricing on this it's pretty much standard stuff. We go into the player's handbook equipment prices. It's like the cost of travel clothes, I think. Okay. Maybe slightly inflated because it's okay. So traveler's clothes normally are 2 gold. Yeah, let's say it's like 2 gold, 5 silver for each outfit. So for 5 gold, you can get 2 outfits.
Gotcha.
And this has clothing that covers your head and your hair, hangs down to cover your neck and your shoulders, and then it's sort of a robe type of thing that covers your, from your neck all the way down to just high enough that it doesn't drag across the ground. So it just maybe hangs an inch off the ground, and they'll do a fitting for you and everything. And it's they can hem it up and sew up the hem pretty easily. So they do that. It takes maybe once you pick out the clothing, they'll ask you if you generally wear armor or not, and if you do, they will make it a little bit looser so that it will just hang over everything.
Yeah.
So you guys can get the benefit of still having your armor and then having this stuff on over the top of it.
Sounds good.
But yeah, it's a sort of a very lightweight thing. And then there's sort of a belt or sash that goes around that just ties it around your waist. And that's basically the only thing. It's one big long garment with the headpiece separate.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. So that takes care of Enka. Galibar, was there anything that you wanted to do? You're planning to brave the elements without any kind of clothing for the desert.
Well, when it comes to nighttime, he's pretty good with the cold. He has a natural resistance to it. So, during the day, he still does have in his bag of holding his like tan/brown colored bear cloak that he hasn't worn in forever. So that
a cloak that is made of bear pelts, right?
Yeah. The thing he wore.
Bear pelts in the desert.
No.
I was more talking color wise. But I
mean, it's up to you. But just this is a time when sometimes the player has to think for the character as opposed to letting the character think for the character. Do you want Galibar to be out there in the desert with having to wear a bear cloak in case like there's a sandstorm, or do you want something that's basically more created for that type of environment? Just something that
he'll probably go get something fitted to him because there's no way they have something that'll fit him right away.
Well, they could fit Minotaur, who's pretty bulky.
Heavy plated, scale body, massive, has horns on his head that would prevent hoods. A giant tail behind him.
Well, the thing is I've got massive horns, but it's called you cut holes in the damn hoods.
Yeah, his aren't pointed up though; they go back.
He's got kind of elaborate draconic horns, which are always an interesting ordeal.
Yeah, and my tail is also much bigger.
Get head wraps then.
Yeah, that would work. And of course, it's like if you guys don't get anything here, there's probably going to be the people you meet with in Ruhk probably have things, because they may or may not have an expectation of what you guys are going to be coming prepared for. So, if there's caravans and traders there, and people that are native there, they can probably help you work out something. So, all right. So you can try to find something maybe that's a little oversized, and then with the idea that once you get there, you'll kind of modify it a little bit. So, maybe you would look for something that's actually sized for, let's say, an ogre or a half giant, and something that would be a little bit taller, but maybe as bulky, maybe not quite as bulky as Galibar is, but because it's got all that extra fabric, it can be sort of modified a little bit to fit. Yeah. So, and then with the extra fabric, you can work that out so that something can be done to accommodate your tail and the thing. So yeah, you can find that, and that'll be basically the same price, 2 gold, 5 silver, for that. And Adamant, did you have anything that you wanted? I know you were going to want to go to the Temple of Moradin and do some stuff there, but was there anything else that you?
He's gonna go there, and he's gonna go get his cloak.
Okay. I know that we talked about the style of cloak you were looking at last week. Would you want to try to find that at the same place where they have stuff for the desert? Okay. Yeah. They would be able to outfit you. At first they are they wonder that you would be risking going to a desert climate with all of the sand, and they warn you about all the sandstorms and everything. And they will offer you for a similar price a cloak with, like you're talking about, that is made of that same kind of material that Enka and Oyo and the others have been looking at. They will also want to try to they will also offer to sell you additional strips of clothing that can be wrapped around the different areas, like the shoulder joints and the hip joints and the knee and elbow joints and things like that, to try to minimize the chances that sand will get blown into those areas. And if you want to, you can spend, probably an extra couple of gold buying those. But they're similar to what a human would use as a head wrap, to go around to wind around and protect from that. But in your case, it would be like several of those that would be wrapped around. They're going to kind of look funny when you don't have a cloak on over the top of it, because it's going to look like you got cloth stuffed in all of your joints. But it might be more helpful, or perhaps before you invest in that, the folks at the Temple of Gond and the Temple of Moradin might have ideas for desert climates.
Yeah, I'll take the cloak and the face covering for now, but
okay.
I'm going to be going to my temple, and I'm going to see if they've got anything for that. I do know I need special oils.
Yes. Okay. They which temple you want to head to first?
He's going to go to the Temple of Moradin first. Okay.
So you go to the Temple of Moradin, and you walk in, and the dwarves are all like, "Oh, Adamant, it's good to see you."
Hello.
How can we help you today?
Well, I'm going to a place that is all desert, and I need special oils to help with the sand.
Oh, you're going to the desert.
Yes.
Oh, what are you doing? Are you chasing a dragon in the desert or something?
I hope not.
Well, desert's so dirty and sandy. Damned inconvenient. But certainly, we can provide some heavy-duty oils. And they will take you, and they'll start working on making a mixture of some heavy mineral oils, and a couple of the priests will also begin making some oil cloths, and they create a pouch that is a leather pouch that has, that's kind of, the skin is oiled on the inside, and they take about 20 sets of blessed cloth that are normally used for like bandages and stuff like that, and they will soak them in a cleaning oil, and they will wrap them up in little bundles, and they will put them in this pouch, and they tell you while you're purchasing the oils for lubrication, they will then bring these to you, and they'll tell you, okay, these are going to be swabs that you can basically use to clean the articulated joints, and they suggest that you do that at least once a day, and that if you have a chance to get inside out of the elements, then every few days you should probably try to, when you're out of the elements, you should probably try to remove one or two of the little panels that kind of are like access points for some of the inner workings, and then scrub around in there with these oiled cloths to, try to get at some of the sand that's in there.
I'm sure I can get my companions to help with that.
Yeah, and they say, of course, that if you travel with anybody that has prestidigitation as a cantrip, that's always a good thing to do. At the same time, you're oiling the joints with a little oil cloths and things like that, because that will definitely get rid of all of those little hard to get at sand particles.
Yes.
Excuse me.
Speaking of that, I was curious if you had anything to protect the joints, like the shoulders, the knees, such.
Well, you mean like pauldrons or something like that? That armor protection, or do you mean protection from blowing sand?
Yes. Don't think I need more armor.
Well, no, we don't here, but that's kind of that. You may be able to find something like that over at the Temple of Gond, or if you are heading to Ravnica before you get to your final destination, perhaps some of those chaps at the Izzet League would have something that would work for that.
They might try to blow me up.
Well, there's always that danger as well.
Oh, before I forget, how much do I owe you for the oil when I've got something to give you?
The oil and the oil claws all together, that 50 gold will cover that.
All right.
And the only reason it's that expensive is that we did use blessed claws. So there was some expense in the blessing of that fabric.
He gives them 5 platinum pieces.
Oh, okay. All right. They're very appreciative.
And then he reaches into his backpack, and he's going to pull out a box and hold it up to him. I'm moving my shop, And I've sold the one I had in town. And I wanted to give these to the temple.
Yes, you sold your shop in town.
Yes, my group has bought property in Underhill. And I'm going to...
Undercliff.
Yes, Undercliff.
Oh, wonderful. A nice little spot out in the country.
Yes, and I'm going to open up a shop over there. And I'm going to hire a couple of people. This is Gilbar's tools. I wanted to give these to the temple.
And you can see their faces. Their faces kind of go a little slack jawed, and they look at you, and they look at the tools, and they look at these tools almost reverently, and they say, "Adamant, are you sure? I mean, these are tools that were used to create you."
I am sure. I don't feel myself worthy to use them, and he was an adamant follower of Moradin, and I believe this is where they belong.
And they look at each other, and the high priest, he sort of shakes his head with a smile, and he pats Adamant on the forearm, and he says, my boy, you are humble to a fault. If you are not worthy of these with all that you have accomplished, how do you think any of the rest of us are worthy of these? I know you think of yourself as an adventurer first and then a craftsman second, but you are fulfilling your destiny, fulfilling the purpose for which you are made, and that is the best that any of us can do. I'll tell you what we will do. Since you are leaving on adventure, we will safeguard these tools, and with your blessing, we will use them here. But know that if you ever decide that you want to put your adventuring days behind you and take up the craftsmanship of your creator, then all you have to do is come and claim these tools, and we will gladly give them back to you.
Well, excuse me, about that. He pulls out that box that he was given in Kamigawa. I was given these, and I thought when I took up the craft solely instead of adventuring, I would make my name with these, and not make my name off of the back of my creator. So to speak.
Oh, okay. So the special tools that you forged for yourself when you were in Kamigawa.
Not the ones he was given.
Oh, the ones that you were given. Okay. And they look at those and say, "Oh, very well. This is a most wonderful gift you have offered us, Adamant. You truly do embody the virtues of Moradin in so many ways. We will be able to create whole sermons and whole lessons for our acolytes and young clerics in training, just based on these tools and their connection to you and to your creator. There are many of the virtues of Moradin that can be learned by using these to create and fabricate different items that are necessary for the faith."
That is exactly what Galibar would have wanted.
Yes, he would. He would be proud to know that that it has been paid forward, if you will. He was ever one for wanting to see that a legacy left behind always leaves more of a legacy in the future for those that will follow.
Indeed.
Well, very well. Is there anything else that we can help you with?
Well, unless you've got some boots in my size.
They will say, well, we don't have anything magical that will be better than what you have. We could, of course, probably fabricate some boots, but I honestly, going into a desert, if you weren't going to be wearing magical boots, I would recommend some kind of leather wear that would keep the sand out better than plates of metal would.
Yeah, this is true. I'll buy some at the same shop I bought this at. And he pulls out the big honking cloak.
Oh, you are getting prepared. Well, if we don't see you again before you depart, please take the blessings of Moradin with you, and they will, before they let you leave, they will do a little ceremony and some rituals for travel, and they say words about the protection of Moradin's hand and the guidance of Moradin's sight, and blah 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 and everything to send you on your way.
Right,
and
right.
A traditional dwarven travel blessing. They basically give you.
All right. And you will, of course, bless them back and head out.
Okay, so while you are making your way over to the Temple of Gond, let me see. I think I heard... yes, Ivy. There she is. So, did Elora have anything that she wanted to do after finding out all the particulars about where they're going? A couple of people have been shopping for desert clothes and getting the last couple of items here and there that they wanted to pick up. Anything that Ivy or that Elora wanted to do along those lines? Nope. Okay. Looks like she stepped away for a moment. So then we will catch back up with Oyohusa. All right. So you have finished your purchases, and I'm sorry. Where else were you heading on your way back to meet with the others?
I don't think there was anywhere else I was going that I know of.
Okay. All right. And then, Enka, you're all set. Nothing else you need?
I was going to originally meet with Lady Silverhand.
But that's right. That's right. Okay. That's what I was thinking of. I was getting it mixed up. Okay. So, yes, you want to set an appointment to meet with Lady Silverhand, and that's easily arranged. And so they show you into her office, and she says, Enka, to what do I owe the pleasure? How can I help you?
Well, so Enka will go in and sit down across from her. We recently purchased a plot of land, more like a farm of sorts, over in Undercliff. And it needs some work. Not a whole lot, but with fall here and and the weather turning cooler and whatnot. I'm not so worried about crops or anything. There wasn't really anything planted. However, some of the buildings need to be torn down. There's a bunch of brush that needs to be cleared. And my party is actually going to be going basically on, I guess you would call it an adventure. And so we will be away for a while. I was looking to see if you knew of anyone that might be interested in helping out, or, I mean, I can pay them a little bit, give them some place to stay while they're working, that kind of thing.
Oh, well, I have found that, or I understand from talking with some of my staff that you have been working with Juil as helping you to identify the property and make the property purchase and everything. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yes. Everything that I have heard, she is basically a full service property agent. So if there's any kind of cleanup or touch up or renovation work that you want, she can help to line that up. And she has been used by most of the nobles in Waterdeep. So she comes highly recommended.
I see. Well, and I figured if you had anybody that was needing to just get away for a while or go, needed just some place to escape for a bit and get out of the city, I thought I would come ask you first.
And she gives you a little smile, and she touches the side of her nose, and she says, I understand. She says, I will make some recommendations to Juil.
Okay.
I think there are, even though it's been several months, there are certain parts of the city that have recovered more quickly than others. And in some areas of the city, there are still people who need work.
Yes.
Perhaps we could give them a chance to earn some income and also get a bit away from the daily reminders of the horrible attacks we suffered a few months ago. Because, of course, you've heard about all those attacks from your party members, and you've seen some evidence, but in a lot of places, there's stuff rebuilt, and in other places, there's scaffolding up, they're rebuilding things.
Yeah.
But there, you walk by a couple of places, and there's still like scars where a building had been, and maybe there's some rubble there now, but most of it has been cleared away.
Yeah.
So,
okay. Well, I nod and I get up and I will speak to Juil and tell her what we're looking for, and that you may have some suggestions for her of people, and just go from there. And thank you very much for all of your time that you have spent and effort to put us up, those of us that don't really have a place to stay up until now. So while we were here, it was greatly appreciated.
Well, I am happy to do it. And you mentioned something about wanting to get away for a few days. Don't be surprised if once you get back and you get settled in your farmstead out there, don't be surprised if you might get a letter from me. It's been a while since I have been to Undercliff. Might be nice just to spend a couple of days out in the country.
Yes. We would love to have you and have you come out and visit and stay for a while as needed, just to get out and get some fresh air and away from all the hubbub, so to speak.
Well, as long as I can get away from the masked lords for a few days, and she sort of pinches the bridge of her nose between her eyes, you know.
Yes. You
they
are always
are
welcome.
they are the most vexing of my problems these days. But be that as it.
Such is the heavy burden of those that must carry the weight of responsibility upon their shoulders.
Yes, and believe me, I know that you all carry heavy burden as well. The weight and hope of all of Waterdeep and indeed all of Ravnica, and if you believe what our allies tell us, perhaps the weight of the fate of the multiverse rests on your shoulders now, you and your companion. So,
hopefully we will live up to that. Live up to that and be able to take it in stride and go from there.
Well, I have no doubts of your capabilities. Just wish you the wish that the luck of Timora will smile on you, and the blessings of the gods will go with you.
Thank you. And she will then give a polite curtsy and then leave Lady Silverhand to her work.
Okay.
And then we'll make a call to, or make basically send a note to Juil that she wants to meet with her at her convenience in the next day.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, you send that note off by the mid-morning post, and as Enka is penning that note, we will travel back across the city to the Temple of Gond, where we see Adamant coming to the temple, and he is entering. And as you get there, you see all manner of strange contraptions and the requisite number of gnomes running around, some of them chasing after little contraptions that are running across the floor, others that are trying to put out small fires over on this workbench or that workbench, and others that are looking at something that clearly used to be an item but now is half melted due to some sort of chemical or magical accident, and they're kind of studying it with a look of, okay, now how could we avoid that next time? And as you walk in, a couple of the clergy, including an old gnome that you have met several times before, they recognize you and they go, "Oh, Adamant! Well, welcome to the Temple of Gond. How can we help you today?"
Oh, well, I'm heading out to the desert, and I was wondering if you had something I could use to protect my joints.
Oh, you're going to the desert. You're going to the desert. We're talking sand dunes and sandstorms, that kind of desert, right?
Yes.
Okay, because I have a cousin who can't pronounce words correctly. And when my cousin talks about desert, he means like chocolates and sweets and things. I tell him, no, that's called dessert. But he always calls it desert. So, yes, you're going to the desert. You want something for sandstorms. And there's a younger gnome clergy that just starts doing this little sort of dance, like it's almost like maybe he has to go to the toilet or something, that kind of dance, but it's that real excited, like he doesn't want to speak out of turn, but clearly he's just like bursting with an idea.
Come on, spit it out. You look like you're about to explode.
And the older clergy will look and say, Kaltor, what is Brother Kaltor? What's on your mind? What's on your mind? Spit it out. And he says, there's a piece of material that I was working with the other day. I was trying to make an arcane mixer, and it didn't come out quite the way I thought, but then I tried something else, and it was amazing. It's a machine that will create wind. And it's a small machine that will create wind. And what I figure if you put it inside where your joints are, it can create wind that will blow out of your joints. And that'll keep the storms from blowing sand into your joints. What do you think?
He just kind of stares for a minute. Well, as I'm guessing that would put stealth out of the question. Not that I'm very stealthy to begin with.
And it's like, well, it's an ingenious type of thing. Now, tell me, do you have any spells that cause electrical damage?
No.
Do you travel with any companions that have spells that cause electrical damage?
Kind of thinks for a moment.
Galibar does.
Yes.
Well, good. And then he looks at the priest and says, Father, do you all want to come and I'll show him at my workbench? And they all, now the rest of the priests and clerics, they're kind of all curious about this. And so he's like, oh, yeah, my boy, come on, let's go. And so they totter over to this workbench, and there's just stuff that's scattered all over the place. And what he starts digging through a few piles of stuff, and then he picks up this very curious looking dowel. It's like a metal dowel that's maybe 6 inches long, and it is connected to a cylinder. And it's not a solid cylinder. It's a cylinder that has little flared grooves cut into it. And he takes one end of the dowel and he sticks it into a clamp or into a housing that is holding a little, basically like a little holder with ball bearings in it. And then he takes the other one and he puts it into a similar housing on the other side, but this housing is connected to a large black box that has a little pad. And the priest says a couple of words, and he basically casts a cantrip that is similar to like a shocking touch cantrip, and he places 2 fingers on this little pad, and when he does, it causes this little black box to spin the housing on one end, and it rotates this cylinder really fast. And when it rotates it, it's like this. There's this wind that just blows on you from the spinning action of this little cylinder. And he says, "See, this blows wind. Now, if you put it inside of something, it'll blow air out, and it will. But you need to have the power source. Now, I've only figured out how to make it work when I actually cast an electrical spell directly into it. But given the fact that we have some materials that we know will hold the energy of spells when you cast it into them and then release it, we should be able to fabricate some kind of control mechanism that will store a lot of energy from electrical spells and then release it a little bit at a time over a longer period of time, and will allow this thing to run all the time. I think that this prototype here, if we get the size recommendation or the size requirements that we need to fit into perhaps the areas where your shoulder joints are, probably no more than 2 or 3 10 days, we can get a working model all built up and ready to go. When do you need this?
Well, we leave in about 2 or 3 days.
And the cleric's face just falls, and he hangs his head. He's like crestfallen. Oh, then that means you're not going to be able to test the prototype. You're leaving too soon. But do you think it has? Do you think the idea has possibilities?
I do. There is a magnetic metal that I found in Innistrad that might help.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, do you have some of that metal with you?
Kind of glances around. Not with me, no.
Oh, well, do you know where we can get some without having to go all the way Innistrad? I've never heard of Innistrad. Where is that? Is that beyond Baldur's Gate?
It's one of the planes we've been to. We've got a trade deal set up with them.
Oh, and the chief cleric says, "Oh, I bet we could talk to some of the engineers from the Izzet League. They probably would know how we could get a hold of some."
Indeed.
Oh, wonderful. Well, there, brother, you have a nice little prototype you can work on there, Brother Kaltor.
I will, as for the joints, I will just they have some cloth they can sell that we can wrap around them, and I will just go with that for now.
Oh, okay. And the cleric says, that's an awful mundane solution.
Well, sometimes the mundane is the best. No.
Say that isn't so. Say you don't mean that. Everything is better when you can add some arcane pizzazz to it.
Not everything.
And he stops speaking, but he has kind of a hurt and almost scandalized look on his face.
Arcane is not always the answer. Sometimes metallurgy. He just kind of nods.
He sort of shrugs his shoulders dubiously, but
perhaps sometimes it's divine.
Well, certainly divine inspiration from God leads us to our newest and best arcane innovations. Yes, the inspiration that comes from God is always better.
All right, I will speak with you when I return.
Oh, very well. Thank you for dropping in, Adamant. And if we don't see you, then may God's gears help you with smooth travel.
Thank you. And Morden's blessings be with
you. Oh, and if you find anything cool, bring something back for us.
I will certainly try.
Okay. And they watch you leave. Hey, hello there, Katie. Thanks for dropping in today. All right, so I think Ivy, are you back with us now?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know if you heard when we got started or not, but people have been going around and just making sure any of those last minute shopping items they need to have done are done, and giving everybody a chance to, if there was something you thought of during the week that you wanted to have for your travel, that you could get it. Was there anything that Elora would want to get before they head off to the new destination?
The only thing that she would want is the clothing, so she can blend in with the area and not.
We can always say she went with me.
Yeah, make sure that that is correct. She has the correct. Yes, you get the point.
I think it's more likely that when Enka went to buy the clothing, Elora was looking at the gardens, and then when Enka got back, she was, oh my goodness, look at all this. Where'd you get those clothes? Those clothes are great. And so then Enka would have to turn around and take Elora back. So that might be a little shopping trip you guys can do together if you want. I'll
go back.
Good.
Ivy, it's your choice whether you want to spend any time doing that or not.
No, it's okay.
Okay. All right. So she gets her clothes, and Chris has given us a nice little image there of how he's all set up. That's cool. Wonderful. Anything for anybody else at the moment?
Nope, Adam's just gonna go get those cloths and some boots, and he's gonna head to meet the others.
Okay. All right. So, by the end of this day, almost everything is finished. The only person who is waiting on something is Enka, is waiting for what she expects to be a message from Juil, the property agent. However, what happens is that when late in the afternoon, where would Enka be? Would she be in her quarters? Would she be outside, or would she be
I'd
kind
probably
of
be
with one
in
of
my
the others?
quarters, like taking my kit apart from Kamigawa and kind of laying everything out, checking stuff over to make sure it's repaired, if it needs to be fixed, replaced, added to. So she's got like stuff spread out all over the place.
Okay. There is a light knock on Inka door, and it is the knock that you all have come to associate with servants of the household.
She'll kind of come in,
and the door will open, and a voice says, "My lady, you have a visitor."
Oh. And she kind of looks up from what she's doing and looks towards the door.
And it is Juil herself. And she says, "I hope you don't mind. I got your message, and I had some business over in the merchant district, so I thought I would just pop in and say hello."
Oh, I don't mind at all. Feel free to come on in and make yourself comfortable if you can find a surface to sit on.
Oh, yes, I'm sure that won't be a problem. And then she starts to look around, and she realizes
And about that time, Enka kind of chuckles. Sorry, we're doing that whole traveling thing and getting ready and just making sure all of my stuff is of sufficient fix.
Yes, I gathered from your message, and you're having to leave very soon. So tell me, is everything so far to your satisfaction with the farm? Are you finding
very
pretty much what
so.
you expected?
Yes. And speaking of the farm, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. With us going away on the next leg of this trip that we're doing or needing to do, I was hoping, since we don't know how long we will be gone, when we will be back, I was hoping that we could, or you could suggest some people that might be willing to go out there and either on a temporary basis or of a basis that we may review their work when we get back and either hire them on full time or something of that sort, to go out and basically clean up, brush and cut back stuff and prep some of the gardens for growing next year and take care of the orchard and all of that fun stuff. The buildings are in bad shape, just take them down and, part out materials that are still good that can be used fixing something else up, etc.
Oh, okay. Yes. Yes, I can certainly arrange for that. A lot of my clients, when they purchase properties, I do work with some of the noble families, and you wouldn't believe they'll buy a perfectly good house, but just because it was previously owned by another noble family that had slightly different tastes in interior architecture, they will want the entire place gutted and rebuilt in a style that suits
And
them.
about that time, Enka just kind of opens her eyes and she's like, no, we don't need to have the place gutted. I guess it's just more of a let's fix up and make sure that it's, weatherproof and, good roof, good solid structure, taking care of any fixes. Otherwise, going through the two main buildings where people can live, everything seemed to be, as it was fine. if we decide later to change things, we can do so. But for now, I'm just more concerned about getting the rest of the property set up. And
Okay.
so, because we have a bunch of outbuildings that we don't need. And she kind of hands a piece of paper to Juil. There's a list of buildings that we would like to keep for animals, or we already have picked out and moved foraging equipment to one particular building. And there's like a diagram, and some of the buildings have X's through them, and some of them have like check marks and stuff like that, and just said, some of these you can take down and reuse some of the materials, maybe to either start building a perimeter fence, or, if you're taking trees down, I will let people make good judgment. We're not wanting to strip the whole place. We're not wanting to, clear everything out of the whole place. We want, the orchard, cleaned up and ready for the next year, gardens turned, brush cut back. If there's, scrub trees or whatever that's been growing up that can be cut and parts used for fences or something like that, I'll leave it to people's discretion, because right now we're not really picky. We just want some place that's comfortable to live in, that gives us some privacy.
Oh, okay. Very well. Very well. I think that can be managed. Now, let's see. There's... I believe that the cost for... you will need a few craftsmen, but you will need mostly unskilled labor, I think. The skilled craftsmen can supervise the work, and have the unskilled laborers do that. I believe that you would probably, and she does some rough mental calculations, I think if we account for materials that may be needed, now you say they can reuse some materials there, but if there's anything that they find they have to purchase, probably 20 gold per month would cover you for the cost of materials and people, provided. It sounds like you're saying that while they're doing the work and while you're away, you would give them permission to stay there on the property?
Oh, yes. I mean, even Lady Silverhand had suggested that there's the possibility that there may be some people, after the destruction after the last battle here at Waterdeep, there may be some people that just have not been able to rebuild their homes, or perhaps families are tired of, living with, other family while their home is being rebuilt. Just something of that sort, or just maybe people that just don't have any property anymore because it was completely destroyed and maybe don't have the resources to rebuild. So this might be someplace comfortable that they can stay while they're working, and we would pay them a fair wage. And if they do well enough, then, and they want to stay on, well, then we can negotiate that at the time.
Ah, very good. Yes. I have friends in several of the churches that work with some of the neighborhoods in Waterdeep that were hardest hit by the Yankee attack. I can certainly ask them for recommendations. I always find the clergy are good at identifying people that will work hard and fairly for a fair wage. Yes, that sounds like an excellent idea. No, and a wonderful way to help people who are still struggling after
Yes.
Oh, after those horrible attacks by those Githyanki. Oh, terrible creatures.
So, and if you would be so kind as to also stay in our employ somewhat to just occasionally check in on everybody and make sure that they get their wages. And she pulls out of her pouch on the side, she pulls out a small bag of gold coins. I mean, it's got, let's see here, I would say 60 gold in it.
Oh, okay. All right.
And then hand it to her and say, I will, since I'm not really there enough to make decisions, if you would take your fee out of this as well as pay people for their efforts, as long as they're doing a good job and not, burning down the place, so to speak, as my pa would say.
Yes. That would be fine. I'll be glad to do that. I can check on them once a 10-day. And if I can't go, I'll have one of my assistants go and report back to me what they find.
And that, if they want to stay on, we'll discuss wages at that time. And if they do a really good job, then, I guess conserving as much of materials as possible, or utilizing as much of whatever they clear out and whatnot for, whatever they feel is needed for the upkeep of the place or to make it better, then there'll be a bonus when we get back.
Oh, wonderful! I'm sure they will be pleased to learn about that. Yes, I can definitely get some people started on that work.
Wonderful.
And she looks over your list and let me just review this and see if I have any questions. And she sort of flips through the sheets that you gave her and nods. Okay, and then she makes a little note with a quill of her own, and she says, "Yes, I believe that this will be sufficient." Now, when did you say you all will be departing?
A character in the next day, I think.
Yeah, probably the next
okay.
day or two.
Okay, next day or two. And I honestly do not have any idea how long we will be gone. We could be gone for a week. We could be gone for longer.
Well, I know that you go on a diplomatic mission, and so I will keep Lady Silverhand apprised of any news that is important for you all to know. I'm sure they will have ways of getting messages to you if anybody does. And for myself, I just will wish you and your companions a safe journey and hope that your errand is successful.
Great. Thank you very much for taking care of that for me. And we'll touch base when we get back.
Oh, you're quite welcome. And so then she goes ahead and she will get up and she will wish you farewell, and she will take her leave.
That's done.
Okay. All right. Adamant. Okay. All right. So, yeah, that's pretty much, unless there's anything else anybody wants to do, it sounds like we're pretty much done with everything that we needed to do to get ready. Is that correct?
Galibar would just before he leaves would go say goodbye to his mom and explain what's going on now.
Okay. Is that something he would do off screen, or did you want to have a few
be an
minutes to do?
off-screen thing.
Okay,
He basically just explained they're going on a mission that involves them heading to like a desert area, and we've got to possibly stop a sorcerer king or whatever from taking over not only his own plane but other planes. So yeah, important mission, but you don't need to worry. I'll contact you if something ever comes up and stuff like that.
She will remind you, well, be careful, dear. I have great faith in you and your companions, but just be careful you don't bite off more than you can chew.
Don't worry, there's plenty. There isn't much that I can't chew. Showing his tusks.
And she will smile at you, and she will give you a little motherly pat, which then turns into a big motherly bear hug. Well, as much of a bear hug as she can give you now that you're a little bit, more muscular and larger than you were before. So she kind of, I guess, reaches about 2/3 of the way around you with her arms and just squeezes you more tightly than it seems like someone her size should be able to. So she just does that little motherly, and you can tell when she pulls away, she has a little moisture in her eyes. She says, well, be careful, son.
Yeah, he'll hug her back and give her a kiss on the forehead. And before he leaves, he'll say goodbye to Pip.
Okay. And then she will tell you as you get ready to take leave, she will say, may the blessings of Bahamut go with you.
He puts his hand on his amulet, is like, I believe they will.
And she says, I'm confident of that. And there's motherly pride in her smile as you turn and go off to meet your companions. And so the following morning, you all are able to travel over to Blackstaff Tower. And when you get to Blackstaff Tower, you find that not only is the Blackstaff there and Barnabas Blastwind, but there are a couple of people from the Izzet League, including Arcanum Engineer Xander, and there's General Blaze is there, and Chandler Duran is there, and they're all ready to sort of give you a grand send-off. And Lady Silverhand rides over in a carriage, either with you or a separate carriage from your conveyances, and meets you there. And they do a little ceremony, and they have the Ravnikans have several small chests, and these chests, as they open and they show you, they are filled with gold and silver coins, and there's one chest that's also filled with ingots of iron. And they say that the reason they're sending iron is that among some of the tribes that are native to this place. Their contacts have told them that iron is worth 10 times its weight in gold, because there are very few places that you can find iron in this world, and people will travel from all over the place. So if they make it clear that these are gifts for the people that will basically be hosting you in this hidden village. They hope that you will give these chests to them as gifts from Ravnica and Waterdeep combined, and sort of as thanks for hosting you and for helping you in your mission. And that will be that's just something that they learned about that bit with the iron, and they thought it would be important to sort of try to make a good impression on these folks. And they remind you that spellcasting will be different, and to ask them about the alternate means of casting spells and the training that you can do, and the to sort of help you get acclimated to that. And they ask if you have any final questions before you're ready to go.
I'm fine.
Okay. Hearing none, they will invite you to step up on the teleportation circle. And as you do, they will remind you that They will remind you that the person... Hold on. Where do I have it here? And I have it here. Come on. Headings. That's the headings that I want. Okay, there we go. They remind you that you're meeting with some people who call themselves the Free, which are among the preservers, and the settlement you are going to is a place called the Hidden Village, and they have a teleportation circle that is in a remote little shallow cave that is not far from the Hidden Village. So you'll be teleporting into a shallow cave that they understand is, you'll be able to see the outside from when you get there. But it's just kind of hidden from prying eyes. And then as they're doing that, Arcanum Engineer Xander, he smiles at you and he says, yes, Munir has said that he is waiting at the teleportation circle, so he's waiting. He's there, he's ready. And the Blackstaff says, excellent. Okay, well, tell Munir that we said hello. And then she begins casting the spell, and there is this familiar sort of effect of sort of the air swirling around you and particles filling the air, and the world kind of goes a bit hazy, and you have this sense of vast cosmic distances and mysteries of the universe that beckon you to contemplate them. And before you can even sort of wonder at what those mysteries of the universe are, you find yourself in a place that is much warmer. There is a bright sort of indirect sunlight. The air around you smells clean, but it smells, it's weird. It's fresh air, but it's fresh air that's somehow a little bit dusty. And it's almost like there's super fine particles of dust that are too small to be seen, but you can sort of sense them and by sense of smell. And as you look around, you find yourself in a natural cave. The ceiling of the cave is about 15 feet tall. The walls are about 30 feet apart. The back wall is about 20 feet behind you. And then it leads out a short natural tunnel, maybe 40 feet long, that goes to the outside. And there are some boulders that are sitting at the mouth of this cave, and there's also several spindly you wouldn't exactly call them trees, but they're very hardy dry desert vegetation that's growing up by these boulders and sort of screening the mouth of this cavern. And standing just inside the mouth of the cavern, you see a human. And this human is dressed head to toe in a garment that's not at all unlike what Oyohusa recommended everybody purchase. It is sort of a cream-colored garment. It's got some around the headdress and on the neck piece that hangs down to about the middle of his back. It's got some faded yellow and faded red sort of geometric abstract patterns. And it's got like some little hints of what might have at one time been blue, but is now mostly coated with a light coating of dust on the body of the tunic and the robe that hangs down almost to the ground. And he has his headdress is kept in place by a little circlet of leather, and he's got brownish skin and a dark, bushy mustache and beard. And as you all arrive, a big grin splits his face, and he says, just as the Arcanum engineer said, my name is Munir. I am here to lead you to the hidden village. Welcome, my friends. Welcome to the world of Ruhk. We are most desperately in need of your assistance.
Well, we are glad to help, I guess.
Oh, it is wonderful, wonderful. And then he steps back to the entrance, and he says a few words in a little language, and in a language that you all don't quite understand. And he waves his hands, and 3 people come in to join him. And these 3 people are, well, they're a little bit different than any kind of people that you have encountered before. Oyohusa and Elora, looking at their facial features, you would say that they have elvish blood in them. But they're not, other than the facial features, that's about all that makes you think of elves. Whereas the elves in Ravnica and the elves in Toral they average somewhere between 5 and 6 feet tall. The shortest one of these creatures is 7.5 feet tall, and the tallest is probably well over 8 feet tall. And they have bodies that look like they are too slender for their height. It looks like they've kind of been stretched. They're, a little bit too thin. Their arms are very long, and they have kind of long fingers. Their heads look like they're almost a little bit too large for their necks, and that has more to do with the fact that their necks look so delicate than the fact that their heads look oversized. But they are wearing very light robes, and they look to be dressed kind of like porters. And they step in, and Munir says, yes, these are some of my friends. They are with our group. They are the elves of Ruhk. Do you have anything that we can help to carry for you?
I believe all of our stuff is. We do have these chests, but everything else I believe is in our bags.
The
Okay.
chests are for them.
Okay. Yes. The engineer said that there would be some hospitality gifts that would be in the chest, and then he says a few words in that strange language again, and the 3 people that have been identified as elves, they nod, and they step forward. And as they come forward, another thing they share with elves from your world is that they move nearly silently. And even their boots on the stone floor, they hardly make any sound when they walk up. And they reach down and they very easily pick up these chests. And these are rather small chests, but filled with gold coins and filled with iron ingots. They're not light. And Galibar, it kind of you sort of do a little bit of a double take, because you would think that with arms that skinny and with limbs that long, they might have a hard time picking up things like that, but they just very easily pick them up. almost as easily as you would. And they turn around and seemingly without any effort or any grunting, and just as silently as they walked in, they walk out. And Munir says, Come. I will take you to the hidden village, and I will introduce you to Sindbad, who is our leader. And there is much to discuss. We understand that you have an important mission of your own. We will do what we can to help, and hopefully our needs and your needs will be as one, that we can work together and accomplish both of our goals. And so you guys are free to follow him out. And as you walk out, go ahead. I thought somebody was going to say something.
Mm-mm.
Okay. As you walk out, you see that you're in like some foothills, but these are rugged, dry, and dusty foothills. And the slopes of these hills is covered in a very pale straw-like grass. There is vegetation here, but it's a very dry-looking vegetation. If any of you have been to places like the high desert in like northern Arizona or out in Utah, places like that, you know how there's vegetation, but it's kind of spotty, and there's just like the sand in between and stuff like that. That's kind of like the vegetation here. And these hills are rocky. There's a bit of soil, but in a lot of places you can see the bare rock poking through the soil. And there is a footpath that goes down the slope. And at the bottom of the slope, you see several creatures that look like they are mounts. They are four-legged creatures, and they have they don't exactly look like horses. They don't exactly look like camels. They kind of remind you of what might happen if some kind of a mad god crossbred horses and camels. And they have kind of the knobby legs and big, wide, two-toed feet of camels, but they have the more compact and muscular bodies, and sort of the necks and heads that remind you more of horses than of camels. And none of them have saddles on them, but they have saddle bags on them. And one of them is hooked up to a sled. And so the elves go and take these chests, and they put them in the sled, and then they cover that up with some cloth and tie it down. And then as you all walk down, Munir says, You can put any bags that you need to in the saddlebags of the animals, if you like. If you can carry this, we have a short distance to walk. We only have about a mile to the hidden village.
Would you mind waiting? I'd say maybe. I need to check what time it takes me to cast a spell. About 10 minutes. I can I can create my own mount, so to speak.
Oh, create your own mount. Now, he looks. He says, "Does this call upon arcane energies to do this?"
Oh no, my magic is not arcane in nature.
Oh. Then is it of? Then it calls upon the forces of the elements.
Oh, no, it does not. It calls upon somebody far stronger.
Oh, well.
Have you ever heard of a dragon?
A dragon. There are legends of the dragon. No, you do not mean you do not have magic that comes from the dragon, do you?
Well, in our plane, there are many. Well, my power comes from the creator of dragons.
And when you say the creator of dragons, he his eyes go a little wide and he says, "Oh,
I am one of his champions."
what?" And he says, "You are a champion of the creator of dragons. Oh, this is strange. This is strange. Oh, I am sorry. You must forgive me, but all of my life I have heard of the dragon, and the stories of the dragon are so terrifying that one would imagine that only one is enough, and that it was some sort of accidental abomination, and not something that was created a purpose. I am babbling. I am sorry. You say it will take 10 minutes. Yes. We have some time. And then he tells the elves, and the elves, they sort of go over and they get into the shelter of one of the stones over there, and they don't sit down, but they do this thing that kind of looks a little bit uncomfortable, but it seems quite natural and comfortable to them, where they just sort of stand there and they just sort of squat down, and they never actually sit on the ground, but they remain balanced on sort of the balls of their feet. And they are just there kind of hunched over with their arms sort of around their knees, and just sort of squatting there on the ground in the shelter of the shadow of this of these stones. And they just seem to talk quietly amongst themselves in their own language.
So for my fine steed, would I be able to would I be able to summon my mount as something that is like what they're using as mounts, since I can create both a horse and a camel?
Well, it's a celestial warhorse or celestial camel. So
mine is
it would
more draconic in nature, but yes.
Yeah. So it would be a celestial camel or a celestial warhorse flavored, by Bahamut. Because basically you're summoning it from his realm, which is basically what you have access to.
Okay.
So
I would be summoning a white camel, with 2 humps, but on the undercarriage and along the bottom of the neck, there is silver scales, and it does have 2 draconic horns on its head.
Okay. All right. So
draconic tail.
Okay. All right. So as you do this ritual, the Manir will kind of go over near the elves, and he'll sort of look towards Galibar and be a little uncertain while he's doing this, and he'll kind of pull out something small, and he'll sort of fidget with it in his hands while he's watching. You guys, the rest of you guys can make an insight check if you will, if you want to. Everybody except for Galibar, who is busy doing his ritual. Okay, well, Adamant and Enka, you would both swear with a 23. He looks for all the world like somebody who is sort of mumbling prayers of protection against against spirits or whatever. It's like, it seems like a very superstitious sort of thing that he's doing, because whatever it is that Galibar is up to is something that's completely out of his experience. And so you finish your casting, and Galibar, you hear on the breeze, there's kind of a hot breeze that blows up as you finish, and on this breeze you hear sort of this snorting and kind of groaning that sounds sort of like a camel. And then a cloud of dust sort of blows in, and as it blows in, it sort of seems to blow past this area, and where the dust blows past, this shape of this draconic camel appears, and it appears right in front of Galibar, and the man and the 3 elves, they all sort of gasp, and they look and they say, "Oh, the wonders!" And then immediately the elves, they begin to look at the ground, and they look at Manir, and they talk excitedly, and they look at each other, and they look at the ground, and then they point at, and one of them gently tugs on a little piece of vegetation there, and then Manir looks at them, and he shakes his head, and he says something to them, and he says, "Oh, they were They were frightened, my friends. They were frightened that you had drawn upon the arcane powers, and but they were amazed that you could conjure this creature, and it did not affect the plants growing in this area. They would have expected for something like that. It would have perhaps withered all of the plants around you, but it did not.
I have a deep love for nature. I would never do something that would harm it. And he'll get on the back of his camel. And who was it that was going to ride with him?
I don't know. I don't think it can handle you and me at the same time.
No, I think Elora had said something about riding with it.
Yeah, it was Elora.
Yeah. Okay,
So I guess
so
Elora would hop on the back of the camel as well, and we'd start riding.
Yeah. So they get you on, and you guys begin to travel towards this hidden village. And I want to pull up this map once again and sort of give you guys more of an idea of where we are. You are sort of over here, sort of in these foothills, about right here, in this area near these iron mines. And you travel a little bit to the north because you seem to be kind of on the north face of these hills. And you travel a little bit north and slightly to the west. And the terrain around here is very rugged. The ground is a reddish brown. The earth is reddish brown, and it's a very fine, tiny grains of sand. It's like sand that has been wind blown, and then the grains of sand have been eroded by more grains of sand blowing against them. It's just like, it seems like this has just been an area that has been worn down. The sand has been worn down to where it's super fine grains. And there's this spotty vegetation around, like you say, and you are headed more or less towards a small ridge that is in the west. And the sun appears to be ahead of you to the west. It looks like it's in the afternoon here in this area, presuming that the sun moves east to west. And it feels extremely dry. And by the way, those of you that were standing there waiting for Galibar to do his ritual, before he finished with his ritual, you all are starting to get thirsty. It's like you feel like you probably need to have a drink of water or something. Everybody except for Adamant, of course. Adamant, you do notice that the plates of any of the plates of metal that are not covered by the cloak that you bought, they're starting to get quite hot. Not hot in the sense that any kind of danger to you, since you're used to working in a forge, but they would probably be hot enough that they would be uncomfortable for your companions to touch them with their bare skin.
Might be interesting to punch somebody like that.
Yeah. It's probably not going to burn anybody, but it's just like, it's one of those things like, oh, ow, that's hot,
Adamant has turned into a car left out in the heat of the summer.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
basically,
something-
if we touch him, if we were to sit on him, we'd burn our butt cheeks or something,
Yeah, probably.
We can bake cookies on Adamant,
So you travel maybe 20 minutes, maybe a half hour, and you come up to this little ridge, and there's a path that goes up and into a little narrow crevasse that leads into this ridge, and it's kind of almost like you're looking at a canyon, but it's a dry canyon, of course. And as you step in, you go about 30 or 40 feet, and you enter a little area that opens out, and there is in front of you what amounts to a small village. A village that is composed largely of mud brick buildings. Some of these buildings appear to be carved out of like the stone of the sides of this ridge. Other mud brick buildings are built out in this flat area. It's probably, the whole area is probably about 20 or 30 acres. And it appears to be more or less ringed by these stones or this ridge here. You're not sure whether this is sort of a natural formation or whether this was carved out and flattened out and created into a space for this village, but it's quite secluded from view outside here. And Munir says, welcome, my friends. Welcome to the hidden village. And I have 10 minutes after the hour, so this is where we are going to take our break. And we will come back and we will start to meet some of the people of this place and learn a little bit more about the world of Ruhk here. Okay. Viewers, thank you guys for hanging out with us this afternoon. I'm going to put us back on the slate, bring the music back up, and put the timer on for a few minutes. And then we will take our break, and I will be back. The music you are hearing today is brought to us by Pipe Dream Hits. It is music by streamers for streamers. You use it in your YouTube or Twitch videos, live streams. You won't get any kind of copyright strikes against you on it. All right, players, remember you can stay here in this chat, or you can move over to the off-stream chat. And when I'm going to mute so they don't hear my microphone clattering, and I'll be back in a few minutes.
Okie dokie, I shall return as well.
So who else got, besides me, who else got the decanter?
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back. Did Adamant get a decanter of endless water too, or is it just Galibar and Oyohusa?
He doesn't need one? So he didn't get one? Pretty sure 2 is enough.
I mean, they're useful for things other than drinking, you know.
Hey, is this sitting on my neck, right, honey?
Sorry. Ignore that, please.
I could just say I bought a bag of bounty. It creates like a small feast, and based on my charisma roll, I can make it from poor all the way to aristocratic.
I love how the decanter is literally endless, and the fact that it doesn't even have an amount you could do it a day.
I think it would be cool to have a bag of bounty, just because you could do it 3 times a day, so we never have to buy like rations or anything. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, a bag of bounty can only be used once a day.
I'm electrocuting my neck.
It says the bag of bounty can be used up to 3 times over the course of a day. Yep, I'm just gonna say I got one. Yep, I'm reading it on D&D Beyond, so. That's not an official site, Chris.
That's got all the official information, though.
Well, if you look at D&D Beyond, it has it.
You need a mark of hospitality to be able to use this item. Aberon Dragon Mark item.
Okay. Well, I bought one.
Alright, I'm going to go ahead and bring the music back down. Welcome back, everybody. Okay. So, as we get into the village here, you see lots of different types of people. Probably most of the people that you see are humans. Say, rough estimated count, you would say somewhere 2/3 to 3/4 of the people that you see are humans like Mynir. They have sort of a darker, anywhere from an olive to a dark brown skin tone that looks like they have spent generations and generations out in the sun. So dark skin darkened by many generations of exposure to the sun. And then there's maybe 15% or so of the people are these super tall elvish folk. And they are the tallest people that are here in Toril, where you come from. The most common race of folk that you see that approach the height of the elves here are the furbolgs. But the difference is that where the furbolgs kind of have a bit of heft and thickness owing to their giant heritage, these, like I say, it's just like somebody took an elf and stretched an elf to make it 8 feet tall, and didn't put any more meat on the bone or didn't put any more, it's just like, so they kind of look very odd to your eyes. And they also sort of stretch the arms relative to the legs. So proportionately, their arms are kind of like troll arms, where the ends of their fingers hang all the way down, like below their knees, if they're just resting there, if they're just holding their arms down by their side while they're standing up. So it's a bit of an unusual look. These very, very slender, very tall people. Then you see some other folk that Adamant, your brain wants to tell you that these folk remind you of dwarves, but there's something important missing.
No beards?
No beards, no hair on their heads at all. They look kind of about the size and the stoutness of dwarves that you're used to in Toril, but no facial hair whatsoever. So
They're like the dwarves from Juil.
They do kind of remind you a little bit of the dwarves from Gold. Yeah, that is a except these dwarves, like the humans, their skin tone is darker, as though they have spent generations and generations and generations exposed to the sun. And the people that are out, for the most part, regardless of their size, they are dressed similarly to the way Manir is. These long robes, lightweight fabric, covering most of them from their heads to their toes. Now, if they are sitting under the awning of a building, they may have a hood that is pulled down, exposing their full face, or their beard, or their full face or their head. And then there are some other folk that, when you look at them at first, you take them for being human children, because they, in the way their bodies are proportioned and sort of the slender features that they have, they look like they may be somewhere like between 9 to 12-year-old human children. And yet you notice that some of these are actually like vendors in like little shops, and they seem to be conducting commerce and whatnot, as though they are on an even par with the adult humans and elves and dwarves. And so that's, you take that as a little bit unusual. The only other unusual feature about those people is that if they ever flash a smile, you can see that instead of having sort of the flattened humanoid teeth, these people that look like human children have more needle-like pointy teeth. That gives them a very, if they smile at you, it gives them just sort of a very naturally predatory type of look to them.
Galibar will smile back with his mouth full of sharp teeth and big tusks.
And couple of a few people, when you smile at these smaller folk, they'll smile at you, and they just sort of perk up. It's like, hey, there's somebody who actually has a proper smile. Although
is anybody at all reacting to the giant freaking tail that follows Galibar?
People are doing their best to avoid gawking, but yeah, a lot of you have passive perceptions that are 18 or better, and everybody who has a passive perception of 18 or better, you can see out of the corner of people's eyes, all of you are getting some odd looks, because there's something different about sort of the hood that's over Enka's head. Do you have your horns poking out through the hood, Enka?
I do.
Okay. Well,
yeah, otherwise it would look even more weird.
Yeah. So that's definitely catching their attention. Galibar's tail and his horns are definitely drawing attention.
And I have a tail as well.
Okay, yeah, your tale is something. The people can't help but notice the fact that either Adamant must be a lunatic to be wearing all of that heavy metal armor in all of this sunshine, or he is perhaps a person made out of metal, which is very strange and unusual for them. And so and then the fact that, you guys are strangers to boot. Even Elora and Oyohusa are getting some curious looks.
Imagine
But
if
yeah.
you saw him without that cloak on.
Yeah. So they definitely notice you, and your mount is getting some strange looks as well, Galibar. But they're trying to be polite. Perhaps that has to do with the fact that you're coming in with somebody that they know. So it's like, oh, okay, these people must be okay. There comes Mynheer and the porters along with these people. But Mynheer leads you kind of through what passes for a central square of this little village, which is not much of a square at all. There is in the middle of the square a small, like 20-foot by 20-foot shed that is covered on 3 sides, and it is open on one side, and in the middle of that shed you see about an 8-foot in diameter wellhead. So a circle of bricks that very obviously looks like the top of a well. And so you would guess that one of the reasons that there's a village here is because there's a source of water that is underground. And indeed, as you pass by that place, you see several people that are there waiting to draw water. And a couple of the people have these tall, slender urns. You think these urns must be able to hold like maybe 30 or 40 gallons of water, but they're maybe 2 or 3 feet in diameter, or no, maybe 18 inches in diameter and about 5 or 6 feet tall. And they have these little harnesses that they wear, and they can load those onto their back, and they can carry them on their back. And so you see a person walking away from that, and there's a little bit, a few drops of water are splooshing out of the top of this urn as they walk over towards a building over there.
Galibar looks at all of that and said, "Whenever we're done doing like the introduction, says I'm gonna go fix that. These people are gonna have to worry about water for a while."
And so Mynheer will take you to the largest building, which is at the back of the village beyond the square. And this building is made out of sandstone. It's a very light colored sandstone, and it looks like it's 3 stories tall, and it abuts right up next to the edge of this ridge here. And you walk up a couple of steps to these wide front doors, which are actually open. They are open, and there's sort of a gauzy curtain there. And he indicates that you all can come in. And when he steps up towards the door, he actually will remove his boots, and he'll put them over to the side. And you can see that off to the side of the door, there's like 5 or 6 sets of boots that are sitting there. And, some of them are traveling boots. Some of them are more like just walking around town boots. Some of them look like they're household boots or shoes that are worn. And he takes that off. He doesn't tell you that you have to take your boots off, but he takes boots off, and it seems like that's probably the custom here. And then he steps inside, and he holds the curtain aside for you guys.
Galibar will take off his boots, his claws clicking against the floor now, I guess, as he walks.
Okay.
We're all doing this together, right?
Yeah, Adamant takes off his boots.
Okay.
So does Elora. Or not Elora. Good God. Enka. She's got her boots of something or other. Winged boots. So she takes those off, revealing her hooves.
Okay. Now, those of you guys with magical footwear, do you like throw those in your bag of holding, or do you? Okay. All right.
I don't let anybody have those.
Okay. All right. And you can tell as you remove your footwear, first with Galibar, Munir can't help an involuntary little widening of his eyes. He's never seen feet like that before. And then with Adamant, he sees these big metallic feet, and he, is very much wondering about that. And then when Enka's boots come off and he sees hooves, he just seems very puzzled. And so then, would Oyo take his boots off or not?
Is it something that they've asked us to do, or is it like custom?
It's a custom, and he hasn't asked you to, but everybody else is taking their boots off, and the magical boots, they're all putting them in their bags of holding and things like that. The Munir, the guy that walked with you, he just set his boots to the side of the door. Apparently they're mundane like the other sets of boots that are sitting there. But yeah, you can see that it's apparently customary for people to take their boots off when they walk inside.
All right, I'll do that, and I'll put my winged boots in a bag of holding.
Okay, all right, fine. And then we'll just say that Elora follows suit, and you guys walk in. And when you step inside the structure, you immediately feel like the temperature is about 20 degrees lower inside than it is outside. And it's quite pleasant. And you notice that there is a draft coming in from the doors. These doors are open. And you can feel this breeze. It's kind of a gentle breeze that comes in, and you feel it sort of rising up. And you could tell from the outside that the windows on the upper floors were open as well. So it seems kind of like they use the heat of this place as a way of moving air through, and that movement of the air makes it feel a little bit cooler in here. And so he takes you to the through this large foyer, and the furnishings in here are rather simple. There are colorful rugs that are on the stone floor. It appears that there's not wood laid down for the floor. It's just a stone floor in here that's polished to a certain extent. And there are the furnishings that appear to have the most pride of place are the wooden furnishings. And those appear to be highly polished and set off, and you might think, oh, in a place as dry as this that perhaps has little vegetation, wood might be something that's considered very valuable. And it's very plain by Toral standards because there's not a lot of gilding and not painted and anything like that, but it's just polished and shows off the grain and the color of the wood. Maybe it's stained a little bit or something like that. And you walk through another set of these diaphanous curtains, and you come into a large chamber. And sitting in this chamber, there are several humans, and there is one of these tall elves, one of these hairless dwarves, and one of these people that looks like a humanoid child. And presiding over this is a man who is probably the largest man you've seen here in terms of his weight. He is maybe 6 feet tall if he stood up, but he's probably well over 300 pounds. And he's quite a bit of girth, but barrel chest, and he's got a thick black beard, just like Munir. And he raises a meaty hand as Munir comes in and says, Munir, please come in. These are our visitors that we have heard about. And Munir bows and says, yes, may I present the travelers from the realm of Toril, the city of Waterdeep. Welcome to the home of Sindbad, our leader, the leader here of the hidden village. And this heavy-set man, he stands up and he spreads his arms, and you can tell that his robes, while they are made of a similar material to everybody else's, these are much more ornately embellished. They're embroidered with lots of bright colors, and there's a little bit of like thread of gold and thread of silver that runs through some of the patterns and designs on this. And he's got a couple of jeweled rings on his fingers. He definitely seems to be, this definitely seems to be like the grand poobah around here. And one of the people sitting next to him is an older human that has a beard that you think at one time was probably close cropped and trimmed, but now you can see it started to grow out kind of unevenly. And he's got salt and pepper, dark hair, and that again looks like it's normally kept short, but it's starting to grow out a little bit. And it looks like in places where he normally shaves his face, he's got some stubble that indicates he may not have shaved in a while. And his robes, they look like they're made of a very fine material, but they're kind of stained a little bit as though from recent travel. And so it kind of gives the air of somebody who has, who may have come down a peg or two in the world recently, or somebody that may have fallen a bit on hard times. And Sindbad says, "Welcome, friends, welcome. I am Sindbad, and you have already met Munir. Munir, will you please introduce these travelers for the rest of us?" And Munir, he kind of looks and he smiles, and then his smile kind of falls a little bit, and then he gives sort of a sheepish grin. And he turns to you all and he says, "Oh, I'm very sorry. I was so excited, and you are coming, and your arrival. I forgot to ask your names. Please forgive me, my friends. Will you introduce yourselves?" And he sort of dry washes his hands a little bit, and he looks like, "Oh crap, maybe I'm in trouble."
Yes. Adamant will pull down the mask and pull back his hood. My name is Adamant.
Adamant, says Sindbad. Welcome, friend Adamant.
Thank you.
I have not seen someone of your like before. What do your people call themselves? Warforged. Oh, that sounds. That is. Oh. Okay, hang on just a second.
Oh.
I'm noticing something a bit funky here.
I didn't do it.
I didn't do
Nope,
it. You can't.
You
prove it.
didn't. You didn't do it. Okay. Oh, that's weird. Okay. The computer that is hosting the stream, that computer froze. However, it just unfroze, and it doesn't seem like now I'm getting positive sound on there. It's picking up, recording all of our sound, and the live timer has not changed. So I know it was picking up our voices at the break, so hopefully it didn't interrupt anything, and hopefully it was just something with the video that froze a little bit. All right, so getting back to Adamant's introduction, he asks what you call yourselves, and you said Warforged.
Yes.
He says, "Oh, Warforged. That is a curious name. You are metallic all over?"
Indeed.
Oh, very interesting. Very interesting. We have not seen your like here in Ruhk before, but you are welcome. You are welcome. And then he turns and he looks towards Enka.
And she kind of smiles a little bit and says, I am Enka Yelka, and I am very pleased to meet you.
Enka Yelka. You also are someone that we have not seen your like here in Ruhk before. May I ask what your people call yourselves?
We're Minotaurs.
Minotaurs. Oh, that is most interesting people. I would speak with you and at some point further and learn more about your cultures and where your peoples come from. And then he doesn't seem to notice Elora kind of hiding behind maybe Adamant or behind Oyohusa, and instead he looks at Galibar, and he says, "Oh, my goodness, very strong." And he sort of nods to you.
Yeah, my name is Galibar, and while I wasn't born looking like this. What I am closest to now would probably be described as a half dragon. My ancestors were one of my ancestors was a very powerful dragon where we come from.
And when
he'll fully reveal like his face and head, and I like his hands aren't covered and everything. So he'll like pull up his arms and show all of his scales and everything like that.
And when you say the word dragon, there's almost like a reflexive jerk from most of the people seated in the room, and they look at each other, and Sindbad, he just sort of squints and he turns his head a little bit, kind of like that thing, almost like a dog, curiously looking, and he says, "Oh, very, very different. We have heard legends of a dragon, the dragon here, but it is something that is often spoken of to frighten small children. The legends are very inspecific, but you are not what I imagined when I thought of dragon. You are very powerful, and I would think quite capable, but
Galibar will point to his amulet, and he will say, "Our dragons are most likely very different than the one you're thinking of." And he is going to, because his magic is not arcane, he is going to cast Minor Illusion to show a depiction of Bahamut. And he'll say, it's, I think Minor Illusion is, check real quick. It is a 5-foot cube. So he will, in front of him, he will create a minor illusion of a depiction of Bahamut and say, "This in our plane is, well, this is much smaller than what they would actually look like, but this is a depiction of the god of dragons. They are what I gained. I am a champion of this god, and this is where I get my power from." And he'll then just cycle through what all of the other dragons look like, describing them to them.
They are fascinated, and they say, "Oh, there are these are these are very different from the stories that we have heard. You say these are very large creatures. The dragon that we hear legends of is a dragon that swallows the sky and is able to belch out whole suns. Um, and it is said that this dragon will only come at the end of the world. But it is most curious that in your world you have these creatures that are also dragons. I am sure that with their teeth and their wings, they would not be something that one would want to meet in a dark alley. But certainly they do not swallow the sky.
No. These dragons, in fact, most or about half of them, the ones with scales that are more metallic in nature are actually good, and they'll defend people or entire cities. He'll snap his fingers and the silver dragon will appear again. It's like, this is the one, the kind that is one of my ancestors, and they are very social and tend to make allies with people and friendships, so to speak. And the dragons from our plane, tend to, while their scales and teeth are fearsome, their most deadly attribute is their breath. A silver dragon, as I do have this ability, but it's a much weaker one. A silver dragon breathes ice or cold.
There's a murmur of
red and
when you say ice and cold, there's murmurs. They look at each other, very, very curiously. It's clear they know what ice and cold are, but it's almost like it's something that's very difficult for them to believe. And looking around in a place they live, okay, people who live in a place like this, they probably wouldn't be used to much cold.
Galibar, seeing that, would be like, I can show it to you later after we're done here, if you would like. But he'll continue and basically describe what all of the other dragons and their breaths do. Like the gold and the red dragon would breathe fire, as well as like the bronze and the brass, I think. And he'll just go down the line explaining what dragons are in their world and everything, and his power source and everything like that.
They're very fascinated by this. I say, oh well, we must have some of our scholars learn more of this if you have time. This is most interesting. And then after that, he will look to Oyohusa, and he will say, yes, someone that looks more familiar to us.
I don't know how you would know that, considering his eyes are the only thing showing from his face.
Well, like a little bit of your dark skin, maybe about part of your forehead, and maybe on your nose would appear. So you, but definitely you don't have horns. You're not made of metal.
That's true.
So when he says looks more like you get the sense that he's saying that that. But yes, he clearly hasn't seen your ears or doesn't know any of that. So everybody else has kind of as they introduce themselves, they sort of pulled their hood off. It's up to Oyohusa whether he does or not. So Oyohusa is up. He can introduce himself.
He'll politely nod and he'll say, "My name is Oyohusa. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Oh, it is good to meet you, Oyohusa. And you, are you a human like most of us here?
I am not a human, no. I am an elf of a particular race of elves.
And when you name yourself an elf, they all look at the extremely tall, extremely skinny elf there, and then they look back at you, and they look back at him, and it's like, wait a minute, okay. And well now, and Sindbad will say, well now, elves we know, but very curious. You look much more like we humans do. And then he will point to the tall, skinny person and say, "This is the elf, one of the elves of Ruhk." And he will introduce him. And he will say, "This is Pualn. Pualn is one of the leaders of our community here, and he is." Elf leader in the hidden village. Okay. Pilwal is one of the leaders of the elves here in the hidden village. And he comes from far beyond the tablelands, across the Sea of Silt. Is where he hails from. And the elf will nod and will say in kind of a very, very slurred, heavily accented common, he will say, "It is a pleasure to meet you all. I am Pilwan. At some point, Oyohusa, you and I should discuss the difference between the elves of your world and the elves here on Ruhk." And then Sindbad will point to the hairless dwarf over there, and he will say, and this is one of our dwarven brethren. His name is Skathan. Skathan is a leader of some of the craftsmen here in the hidden village. And he is. We are here today listening to another recent arrival, another person escaping the horrors of what is happening in Junun. But before we get to his story, I will finish the introductions. And then he points to the person that looks like the human child. And this person is a female, and she's got a. It's obvious now seeing a female, and it's a little bit disconcerting because you see someone whose facial features and arms and legs and everything make her look like a human child, and yet she is very obviously a fully developed adult female of her species. And they say, this is Ingiltrude. And Ingiltrude is one of the leaders of the caravan merchants that comes from time to time here to the Hidden Village. And she says, "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. I do not know if you have people like mine where you come from, but we call ourselves halflings."
Oh, halflings. Yes.
Well, ours don't have the pointy teeth.
And you also notice that her feet are sized like those of a human child, and they're not hairy. And just like a human child, she doesn't have, kind of the classic hobbit, furry hair on the feet or the hair on the arms or anything like that. She's, except for those teeth and a couple of other little things, she just looks for all the world like a kid. And
you're also much less hairy.
Yeah, and her voice has the mature voice of an adult. It doesn't have the voice of a kid. So that's another difference there. And she says, "Oh, well, at some point I would like to learn more about the halflings of your world. Do they do they live mostly in tribal areas, like halflings of our world?"
You could say that.
Ah,
they live in the Dales.
And do they? Well, I know it was a disconcerting thing when I first arrived in the Hidden Village. So I will prepare you for this in case you meet others of my kind. Are the halflings in your world also cannibals?
What? No.
I'm sure if you cook the food right, probably.
What? No, they're not cannibals.
Well, it is a cultural thing that has evolved with our folk since the resources are very scarce.
Actually, Enka, from the sounds of it, you want to be on her good side. Or you would want to avoid being on her good side.
And who do you happen to worship? If I may
worship?
ask. Yes.
And she gives you a curious word. Worship? You mean like the teachings we follow? The cultural histories that we have? She seems very, very
Have you
uncertain.
heard of a goddess called Sheila Pararoyal?
And she frowns and she shakes her head. No, goddess? No, mainly the people that my ancestors, they venerated the ancestral spirits of the fire and of the stone.
She is the halfling goddess of nature from where I come from.
Oh, that is most curious. Perhaps you can tell me some about her at some point. Maybe when we break bread together. And then she says, "Oh, and I do mean bread, baked bread made from the plants."
I understand. I would have been worried if you said we break bones together.
Oh well. We can. I am happy to accommodate the needs of our guests. We will. I will make sure that none of my people cause offense while you are here.
It is all right.
And you see the rest of the people here, you know, they're watching this exchange, and they're kind of getting a chuckle at how uncomfortable Enka seems to be with the notion that halflings would be cannibals, because like to them it's just normal that's what, you know, that's just the way halflings are. And one reason why halflings usually get a bad name around here. But then finally they come around the circle and they introduce the distinguished older human. And he will tell you, he said, you have arrived to us on the same day as a new member of our village, someone who only last week escaped Junoon. Now, Munir and some of his scouts, as well as some of the elves, found him outside of the city of Junoon, and they took him to shelter, and they observed him and questioned him, and until they were certain that he truly is a refugee, as he claims, before they brought him here. And he lays a hand on the shoulder of the older human, and he says, "May I present the former senator, Abu Jafar, a senator who has had the misfortune of having his title stripped and a bounty placed upon his head by King Suleiman of Junoon." And the guy sort of looks uncomfortable, and he gives you all a grave nod. He says, "Yes, it is getting bad there, Munir. Every day it is worse." King Suleiman's madness consumes him more and more. And Sindbad nods his head, and he calls for a servant, and the servant brings over a little pot, and he pours some tea, and he gives it to the senator. And while the senator is drinking some tea, Sindbad will tell you all, oh, Senator Abu Jafar told us when he came that King Suleiman has given a decree that turns the Senate from a lawmaking body into an advisory council. And all of those senators who opposed have been ordered to be arrested and are set to be put to work in the slave pits, building the king's ziggurat, trying to get it towards its completion. Now, for someone who has been spending all of their lives debating the finer points of the law, this amounts to a death sentence, making them do manual labor. And most of the senators are older, like Senator Abu Jafar here. They are elected for their wisdom, accounted the many years of study and practice of the law, or the experience in business, or the engineering prowess that they have gained over the many, many years. But now to expect them to go and slave alongside the half-giants and the conscripted slaves, the humans and dwarves and elves who had the misfortune to be born into slavery or to fall into slavery through debt or criminal deeds or other means. It is very, very sad. The senator was just telling us that the last act of the Senate that caused King Suleiman to change their status was when they tried to block a decree that conscripts all non-slave citizens who are not of noble birth to work on the ziggurat project. And Abu Jafar, the senator, will nod and says, yes, the king, he grows more desperate every day. He says that the ziggurat must be ready by the next time both moons are new in the sky. That will be in just a little over 3 weeks from now. About 25 days, as we reckon it. The project, even though all of the slaves in the city have been put towards working on this project, it has fallen behind schedule. In the last 3 months, King Suleiman has appointed and subsequently executed 3 new High Templars of Public Works because they will not do the job as fast as he likes. I tell you, where once we thought he was crazy, he is now a complete madman. And Sindbad, he nods his head, and he looks around the room, and you see all of the other people from the hidden village nod their head, and Sindbad says, yes, Senator. That is why for many decades, the people who have escaped slavery and people who have been wary of King Suleiman have made their way to us and have found a new life here, away from his madness. And the senator says, yes, but I am very afraid of what is going to happen when he finishes this project. He says it is for the protection of the city, but if he kills everybody who will not help him build it fast enough, who is going to be left to protect? I wonder. And then Sindbad will look at you all and say, I have been in contact with a couple of people that I believe you all know. It is one that calls herself Javra Safar. Perhaps you know her by her title of Blackstaff.
Yes, we are familiar with her.
Yes, we have told her some of what we know from our operatives who are inside the city. Some of whom actually work for some of the former colleagues of Senator Abu Jafar, and have told us much of his projects, and we have passed along some of that information to the Blackstaff. She said that you would have some briefing before you came.
Indeed, we did.
What are you aware of in terms of what is going on in the city?
We know that he's building his ziggurat, and part of our mission here is to stop that.
And there, as you notice that, because all of you are within the group, there's enough people with high passive perceptions. You don't need to make any rolls. When you say that, several people, they look at each other, and little hints of smiles come on to people's faces. And the senator, he looks up at you, and he seems shocked more than anything else. Says, you intend to stop this project?
Blow it up if I can.
Destroy it? Destroy the ziggurat? Oh, what? Oh. And then he looks back at Sindbad, and he says, do they know the power that the Sorcerer King has? I do not know that an army could blow up the ziggurat. And
Galibar will speak up, and I'll say, well, just so happens that we have ended a war single-handedly before, And I personally, he lifts his Horn of Valhalla, can summon a small army of my own.
And they look around at each other and they say, "Oh,
we are quite
such
powerful
heroes
when it comes time to do battle.
Such heroes that have...
We have already saved 2 planes. This will simply be the 3rd.
2 planes? Oh. 2 worlds saved by your hands. Oh. Perhaps this is the hope that we have sought. And then the halfling digs into a pouch and pulls out something that looks like it might be like a toothpick. It's very long, polished, white sliver of something. And she absently begins to pick at the base of her teeth between her gums, and she's kind of looking sort of off at the ceiling, and she says, "I wonder, Sindbad, the stories all say that King Suleiman says he is making the ziggurat to protect the people against the coming of the dragon. Isn't that right?" And Sindbad says, "That is my understanding, Senator." And Senator nods and says, "Yes, when the ziggurat was proposed 2 decades ago, that is what he claimed. It was to protect the people against the coming of the dragon. He said there would be signs, and the time of the coming of the dragon would be when the 2 moons are new in the sky after the passing of the great tail across the sky. The great tail would be one of the signs that the dragon was nigh. And when the 2 moons were new, the next time would be when the dragon would come." And so the halfling then looks at the senator and looks over at Galibar and looks back at the senator and looks back at Galibar. And she says, "Well, maybe the dragon's already here." And
smirks. He likes this idea.
And and Sindbad, he strokes his long beard. You can tell that his beard has been, like richly oiled and everything. And he says, "Very curious. So maybe King Suleiman has not built this ziggurat to protect the people, but to try to protect himself from the coming of the dragon."
Possibly.
The man does not sound like he would be very charitable. Coward sounds more like it. If he wishes to protect an entire city, he would be building an army.
And the senator nods and says, That is what most sorcerer kings would do, yes. But Suleiman has a great deal of power. And he will look over at Ingletrude and say, I heard some whispers, Ingletrude. Whispers of the caravans that talked about something this morning as I was coming into the village. They were mentioning something about Ruhk. And when he says Ruhk, the halfling just stops picking at her teeth and looks at all of them, and she very slowly withdraws the little toothpick and puts it back in her pouch. And she gets a very serious look on her face. She says, yes. All of you are aware that several months ago, King Suleiman stopped production of the iron mines for the city of Junoon. This has been a boon to you because now those mines are no longer guarded and you are able to mine them and take of their riches for yourself. But Junoon was the only exporter of iron across all of the tablelands. And when he stopped production, it was not long before both Ruhk and Ram, two of the other city-states, she says for your benefit, two of the other city-states sent their ambassadors to Junoon to ask him, beg him, to reopen the iron mines. It is said by those spies who were in Junoon at the time that 3 days later, the emissary from Ram left Junoon to return to their city. The emissary from Ruhk and all of the emissary's entourage have not been seen since. And only last week, I heard from a reliable caravan drover who had been on a route to take goods to Ruhk, that when they arrived at the place where Ruhk should be, they found only empty desert. No sign of the city at all. No rubble, no walls, no bodies, no buildings. It was as if the entire city had simply been swallowed up and replaced by empty desert.
Has anything like that happened before?
Not in living memory. There are, of course, the great sand drakes and silt drakes that burrow through the desert sands. They are large enough to come up underneath an entire caravan wagon and swallow it whole, but they do not have the ability to topple the walls of cities.
And with the way that magic works here, has anybody noticed a loss of natural resources?
No, they have not. I do not know what has become of this Ruhk, whether it was taken somewhere, or whether something has happened to it. If it had been destroyed, we would expect to find a crater or debris or something, but nothing. Just an empty sea of sand.
That is strange indeed.
Yes. Very strange. Very disturbing. I would be very curious when the scouts that were sent a few weeks ago to Ram return, if there are any stories that have come back from Ram. After all, their emissary was sent away.
But the other wasn't.
No. And the senator says, well, I cannot believe that even King Suleiman has such power at his command. But if he did, it would be like him to make an example of someone who had displeased him and have others take a warning of what happens to those that disappoint him.
So many things to think about.
Indeed.
Yes. And you notice now that after you've been here, there's some activity sort of out in other rooms of the house. And you begin to see that some of the walls, which have looked more or less like they are solid, it turns out that they are in fact temporary. And those walls start to be folded back and made out of, panel of some sort of material. And you see that a large table that can accommodate all of you and all of the people that have been in here is being set up in a couple of adjacent rooms. And this table is very low. It has legs that are maybe 12 to 15 inches tall. And there are lots of cushions that are spread out around it. And this table is in a big U shape. And servants are bringing out different foods, savory looking foods, some sweet looking foods, stuff that's steaming, and they are putting these foods out on the table, these large platters. And Sindbad, he smiles and he says, "Aha, yes, well, we knew that you were coming today, and Senator, Since you have arrived today, you can be part of you can also be a guest at our welcome feast for the heroes that have come to us from the far distant world of Toril. And he says, Council of the Hidden Village, Counselors of the Hidden Village, please join me at the table. Guests, please come and join me at the table. We will have food and wine. We'll have tea, and we will have some sweets, and we can talk of more pleasant things. What is happening in Junoon is very important to us, and we have some plans that we have made to try to ensure that King Suleiman will not be able to fulfill his desires. But we will have to speak with you, find out more about your task here, and see how perhaps your mission and our mission may work together. And so he leads you to the table, and there's all kinds of foods here. A lot of stuff that is recognizable to you. There's things that clearly look and taste like dates, and there's meat that is very much like the kind of poultry that you're used to, and some that's kind of like lamb or pork that is being served as well. And there's kind of different spices and sauces, and there's some grains, and there's bread, and there's the one thing that you see less of here than you're used to is you see less vegetables here. There's not that many vegetables. Most of the food seems to be either grains and carbohydrates or proteins, but not a lot of vegetables. So, you guys go and take spots at the table?
Yeah. As we're eating, Galibar would say, I noticed the large well that is in this town that a lot of people were getting water from. Have you guys had any issue with that whatsoever? I know that me and I believe Oyohusa have an item that could very much help with any water issues.
Oh, no. We do not have any issues with the well. It's just simply a matter that the well is the only access we have to the underground reservoir of water, and so people must take their turns to fill their jars and take their water back to their homes. It is a thing that everyone must do at least once every other day. And so there are certain times during the morning and the evening when we have a crowd of people all waiting at the well. But the water supply is plentiful.
I was just wondering because he holds out his decanter, or holds it up and says, "This thing can create endless amounts of water. And I was just wondering if maybe we could refill the well or possibly give people some water for just if they needed some.
And Sindbad, his eyes widen a little bit, and he says, "Oh, well, thank you for thinking of us. No, I do not believe that would be necessary here, but I would be very careful how many people I tell that you have such an item as that. It will serve you well if you have to travel across the deserts of Ruhk, but it is also something that could very easily get you robbed and killed if anyone knows that you have it. Now, you have nothing to fear from the leaders of the village here, but I would not go telling other people in the village that you have such items."
That is a good point. I was kind of hoping to help if I could, but
Will you, if you have half the power that you and your friends, if you and your friends have half the power that you boast of, then there is a lot that you can do to help us that, well, it will go a long way to helping the people of our world, and perhaps towards thwarting the plans of a madman like King Suleiman.
well, if I were to say come face to face with him, and we fought him, while he might have power, one thing he would soon not have is a head.
And they look around and they chuckle and they say, "Oh, may that be so. It would go a long way to relieving many of the ills that plague this part of the tablelands. If it were only so easy to remove King Suleiman's head from his shoulders."
Galibar holds up his axe that is freaking giant.
Yeah. Yeah.
This has removed many a head. It would not be so different from his.
And they look at each other and they don't say anything to you, but the look that passes between them is like, gosh, I sure hope this guy knows what he's talking about.
Galibar is confident, not smart. He has a lot of pride.
Yes.
Galibar.
Yes.
Perhaps tone down the boastfulness just a smidge. That you don't want to make them lose confidence in us, do you?
I did not realize that would be the outcome. Usually me boasting just makes people happy.
Yes, but these are people that do not have some of the resources that we do. And by boasting, we make them possibly jealous.
Maybe when we're done in this plane, we could get them some of those resources. I mean,
I'm sure they would be very happy to have some, but until we can do such, we may want to minimize what we are saying to people.
Okay.
And so the feast is the feast happens, and it goes until the sun is fully set. And when the sun is set, you do notice that the breeze coming into the house and blowing through the house drops rather quickly, and it first becomes very comfortable, and then those of you who are sensitive to change in temperature, you realize it's starting to feel a little bit chilly. Wearing the sort of light diaphanous robes that you've had on. Enka, you're glad for your layer of fur, but that fur is sort of flared out a little bit, in the manner that animals
What happens
will do.
when you get goose pimples? Your fur goes.
Yeah, exactly. So as the food is cleared away, several of the people that were sitting there leave, and a couple of other people come in. And one of these, and these two people are, I think, is it two? Yes. Two more people come in. So the people who are sitting around are Sindbad, the person you met, Munir, the person you met first. Then there's the dwarf, named. Where did I put the name? Scathan, the dwarf, and Pillan, the elf. And then the two new people are a couple of humans. And the first human is a middle-aged man, and he introduces himself as Kaleem. And he says that he is a member of an organization that is called the Veiled Alliance. The Veiled Alliance is a group of people that, as he describes it, it sounds very much like one of the factions you're used to in the Sword Coast, where, there's like chapters of the Veiled Alliance that are scattered throughout different city-states and everything across the tablelands and beyond. And the Veiled Alliance seems to be in opposition to the Sorcerer Kings in general. And they, in this part of the world, they are very much opposed to King Suleiman in particular. And he introduces a woman. Now, this woman appears to be a very strapping human athlete. You notice that on one shoulder, she has a brand. And clearly this is a brand that was burned into her flesh by something like a hot iron, in the same way that you would brand cattle. And Kaleem introduces her as a a former slave from the Gladiator arena, and her name is Aether. And the thing that you notice about Aether is that she is missing her left leg below the knee. And she is walking with a pronounced limp on a prosthetic leg that is just slightly not matched with the length of her left leg. And she also bears evidence. You can see on one of her cheeks there's a scar like from a weapon that goes down from below her eye across her jaw and down her neck to her chest, and disappears under her tunic. And then on one of her arms, there's a couple of scars that looks like they are from bladed weapons as well. And so Kaleem says that Aether is here as someone who has very recent knowledge of the plans for what are being called the Millennial Games that are, or the Millennial Ascension Games that are coming. And that, in fact, the injury she suffered that took her leg was part of her training and preparation for the Millennial Ascension Games. And so as they get ready to start talking about those plans, that is where we are going to leave our session.
Oh, man.
So you're about to meet somebody who is part of, for all intents and purposes, the Resistance. The Resistance. Against the evil Sorcerer King, and also someone who is apparently has some knowledge of some of the in air quotes celebrations around the completion of this ziggurat, what the king is planning, and who knows what that might entail. So, players, thank you guys for joining today and playing. And viewers, thank you guys for coming and hanging out with us today. This is our last session for the month of October. We will be back the earliest on the 14th of November to pick up with this particular game. That is because of the way the schedule MLS is going. Players, as I mentioned at the beginning of the day, I will have to keep you updated. Depending on what happens, if we finish high enough in the standings, we will be hosting first round playoff games at least. And I have no idea whether those playoff games are going to be, Saturdays, Sundays, what they're going to do. So we'll have to see what's going to happen with that. Obviously, I'm hopeful that we will advance in the playoffs and we will go deep in the playoffs. But the thing that annoys me about that is that it causes a disruption to our D&D schedule. So,
on one hand, I wish you luck. On the other hand, I wish you bad luck.
Well, the good thing is that whether we win or we lose, I'll always have something fun to do on a Sunday afternoon.
Exactly.
If we wind up getting bounced out of the playoffs early, well, then there's always the game. And to let everybody know, tomorrow night we will be having Monster Monday, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. We are going to be looking at the armored dinosaurs and their history in D&D. Kind of be looking at ways you can use monsters like that in your campaigns, and talk about how you can take inspiration from those for reskinning other monsters in your games as well. And then Thursday we will be back for the Sword Coast Chronicles, and then Saturday night we will be here for the Saturday Night Greyhawk game, in which the players are just about to have a big fight with some bandits in the woods on their way to the original Temple of Elemental Evil. So that ought to be fun. We'll see how that goes. And then we will see you back here on Sunday afternoons in November. So, do any of you guys have any other announcements about things that are coming up that you want people to know about?
No. My life is very dull.
Okay, then. All right. Well, players